three speakers that are going to share with us about the innovation in the productive sector. So as our first speaker, we are having Consuelo Fritz. Consuelo is an academic at Facultad de Ciencias Forestales y de la Conservación de la Naturaleza at Universidad de Chile. She has a PhD in Forest Biomaterials at North Carolina State University, and she has extensive experience in the formulation and execution of research, development, and innovation projects in the areas of biopolymer development, use of nanotechnology, and development of advanced materials from renewable materials. Her line of research is focused on the areas of wood chemistry, bio-based materials, biopolymer chemistry, colloids, nanotechnology, nanocomposites, nanocellulose, green chemistry, bioeconomy, and biorefinery. Please give her a welcome.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon. How are you? Have you having fun here in Chile? Yeah. Great. Great. So today my talking is about the innovation. What's happening with the presentation? It's not running. Okay, now we are. So today my talking is about the innovation of bio-based products. As already said, my name is Consuelo Fritz. And let's start here. So the two key sustainable concepts that comes together in today's presentation are bioeconomy and circular economy. I'm gonna take this off. So the first one is the knowledge-based production and the use of biological resources to provide products, services, and processes. Instead of using fossil raw materials or fossil resources, we use wisely the natural and renewable biomass as a resource. In addition, the circular economy is a systematic approach to economic development, avoiding the take, make, waste model, linear model, and use the circular one to minimize residues. The future bioeconomy is expected to drive the transition towards a more sustainable economy by addressing some of the major global challenges, including food security, climate change, and resource scarcity. We are growing up in a changing and globalized world. We are facing global megatrends such as shift in rapid urbanization, change in demographic behaviors, digitalization, population growth, environmental problems, and sustainability issues. All of these topics represent a huge opportunity to change the foundation of economy development and transit to an environmental friendly economy. Just to name some of them, from bio-based resources, we can get, as example, ecosystem services, as the goods and services that provided by nature that contribute to the well-being of humans. Biofuels, for instance, solid and liquid biofuels, wood composites, paper and cardboard, for instance, printing paper, tissue and sanitary papers, cardboard packaging, and so on. Buildings, for example, if we replace 1 ton of concrete with 1 ton of wood, we can reduce 2.1 tons of carbon emissions per year. So it's like an amazing contribution there. So packaging materials, textile from cellulosic fibers, for instance, and bio-based plastic materials. All of these innovations that I show here are the result of overcoming several processing challenges to take advantage of the chemical platform that we can develop from lignocellulosic biomass, where, as you may know, the two abundant polymers on Earth are cellulose and lignin. In the world now, it is estimated that 43,000 million tons of plastic are generated, and an estimated of 12 million to 14 million metric tons of plastic enter the ocean every year. It's not known what proportion of this can be attributed to single-use plastics. And in Chile, we produce nearly 1 million metric tons of plastic trash a year, but we recycle only roughly 9% of it, instead of, or in comparison with Europe, that they recycle at about 30%. So it is expected that this new legislation will significantly reduce Chile's plastic waste while boosting also the nation's plastic recycling rates. And now this law is projected to eliminate an estimate of 23,000 metric tons of single-use plastic pollution annually, which is the equivalent to 116 blue whales. Now, Chile's new law, will apply to all single-use products in food and beverage industry. Plastic tableware such as straws, cutlery, and stirrers will be banned from all eating establishments 6 months after the law is enacted. Other chains will have up to 3 years to come fall into force. This includes a requirement that at least 30% of bottled drinks in supermarkets must come in reusable bottles. Therefore, there is a huge opportunity here to develop new bio-based material that can be used to replace the synthetic polymer plastics. For instance, forest and agricultural residues can be converted to new value-add products. In Chile, our forest sector is mainly composed of plantation, accounting around 2.4 million hectares of mainly pine and eucalyptus, and almost 15 million hectares of native forest. And currently, the residues generated after processing are burned. Therefore, instead of that, we can use these residues to produce value or to produce added products or develop new products and avoid in this way the carbon emissions. For instance, just to put numbers here, in 2015, the sawmill industry generated 5.3 million cubic meters of waste, and the waste produced from oat, wheat, and corn crops is estimated at 4 million tons per year. Therefore, these residues are available for further processing. Here we can see some examples of innovations around the world. On the upper left, we can see an example of the goal of a particular company, that is to replace at least 25% of material mixed with recycled fiber. Over time, this will allow the company to keep 380,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year stored in the wood fiber that is given a second life through this new technology. We can also see some examples from the textile industry, a mask for this pandemic period that we are facing, and also some innovations in terms of insulation of wood in wooden houses. But now, using nanotechnology, we can develop materials with outstanding properties, achieving quite interesting patterns of them, creating these, for example, iridescent and shimmering materials, mainly from nanocellulose. That is quite interesting. In fact, in Japan, they are developing a car that uses the advantages of nanomaterials, cellulose mainly, to reduce the weight of the car, and thus there is an improvement in fuel consumption efficiency, as you can see there on the numbers on the picture. Here we can see more examples of these bioproducts or biomaterials. Headphones produced from a combination of mycelium fungus and yeast. Another is the all collected paper cup waste from McDonald's sites in Germany will be used to convert them into tissue paper. And they claim that the estimated waste can be reduced from around 1.2 thousand per year. And finally, we can see here the pyramid for all these products obtained from the forest sector, where we can observe the inversely relationship between the product value and the volume of biomass to produce them from top to the bottom. And please remember that the next material revolution will start in the forests. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Consuelo, for your amazing presentation. We are going to ask some questions, so please use the Menti code that we are showing on the screen. And the first question that we have for you is, what incentives do you think we need to generate a circular economy in the timber sector?
Hello? Yeah. So thank you for the question. And I think the first thing we need to for this innovation established in the timber industry is the government need to frame in a way that the rules or the regulation that governs this industry, and there are some incentives that also the governments need to put to the industry. For example, we need to think about the circularity that is already there. Many residues, like chips, for example, from one process, they are using another one to produce vertical boards, for example. So already we are using residues. We are in a kind of circular economy, but of course we need to move forward to complete fully the bioeconomy or circular economy. So I think the government also needs to put many efforts to transit to there.
Thank you. Now, the next question. What do you think is the main reason stopping Chile from using more wood in construction?
Well, that's a really good question, and it's a long answer. But I think it's mainly because of our misconception about the timber. For during decades in Chile, the timber was seen as a poor material, and now we are trying to educate the people about the benefit of wood. For example, the storage carbon that we have there, and this reduction on carbon emissions. So now we are in a lunch, so we can use the timber in a way that before it was not really valorized.
Yeah, thank you. Now, the next question. What would you say is the gap between the research in biomaterials developed by big companies versus the research done by universities?
Wow, it's a also very interesting question. And I can speak, I can see my experience here in Chile, and it's kind of sad because, of course, in university we don't have all the resources that we want, but the company has this huge facility, and they know that they need to do investment in order to develop more material, and in that way be more competitive. For universities, we are just focusing on educate people, and just do the basic science. But now, here's the good thing, because now we realize that we need to do the match between industry and universities in order to create more materials with more valuable more valuable products. So it's kind of a slow path, but I think we can do this good mix or good relationship between the universities and the companies.
Now to the next question. What do you think will be the biggest difficulty in the transition to nature-based product? The chemical processes or convincing the public to use these products?
Yeah, I think as a consumers, we are like pushing the industry to make more environmental friendly products, and in that way, like we have the power, the power to demand more of these sustainable products. Um, but in terms of processing issues, I think we have many to overcome yet. And for example, for cellulose, the main challenge question or the main challenges processing is the hydrophilicity of this material. Thus, if we want to use it, for example, in combination with hydrophobic plastics, we need to do some arrangement or some chemical modification on cellulose in order to make it more uh, feasible for this mixing. I think we need to overcome a lot of obstacles, but we have the knowledge and we have the technology, so we can make these transitions in terms of achieving good, for example, properties, barrier properties, mechanical also properties, and we are in a good point to start. And the development in the next decades, for example, will like be really fast.
Thank you. So the next question is, how are Chilean people taking this economic and environmental change? Which strategies are needed?
Yeah. So, for example, bioeconomy, many countries around the world have these politics that say very explicit about the bioeconomy concepts, about how they, as a country, they wanted to do this in the society. But for us, it's kind of we are starting. We are like, uh, as I already showed, we banned the use of single-use plastic, and I think that's a very good point to start. But of course, we need to move more, and we need to be more like be more clear about what we need to do, and at least for our perspective, because we are a developing country, we need to do like many small steps at once. But we are like copy, or we are like seeing what the other countries are doing, and in that way we can take examples and we can adapt our society to those transformations that I think they are gonna impact. They're gonna have a huge impact on our industry, on our economy, but it's needed for for the challenges that we are facing as environmental problems, for instance.
Consuelo, what is your perception of this statement? Commercialization of nature and its resources is only contributing to the economy system that caused many environmental problems in the first place.
Yeah, that's a tricky, tricky sentence. Um, yeah, I think that's a sentence that represents the old century, but now in this century, we are looking for to no longer just take resources and not care about the consequences. Now we are more concerned about the sustainable problems, the environmental pollution problems, and we need to use the natural resources for our products. So we cannot like say or not use them. We have to use the sources, the natural resources. They are renewable, they are biodegradable. And if we use wisely, and of course, if all these resources come from certified forests, for example, we we are not we are no longer just extract the resources. I don't like the word extract, but I think we don't we need to change the model. We don't have to use anymore this linear model. We need to adopt the circular economy in all the process. And in that way, we are reducing or minimizing the residues. And we are giving a second life to products, as one that I already explained here. And I'm not totally agree with that sentence. I think represents, as I say, the old picture or the old vision, the old century. But now we have the opportunity to do more, to care about the process, to care about the consequences, especially in the environment. So, yeah, it was a tricky sentence.
Thank you for sharing your opinion on this difficult question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the last one, would you recommend young foresters to involve in this kind of topics? Are there opportunities of professional development in the approach you're proposing?
Yeah, I know mainly uh, this development of bioproducts or development of biomaterial is kind of, or maybe you can think is kind of far from a forest engineering, but it's not actually. I'm a good science. I have a bachelor in good science, and I was involved in this kind of projects because of I also like to try to use the resources in a very convenient way, applying to all this circular economy, all these green engineering concepts, green chemistry concepts. And I think if you wanna try to study or to research about this topic, well, we need to work also in interdisciplinary teams. We maybe need the help of a chemist, or maybe we need the help of a designer. But I think now we have to think that for the next decades, we need to do this interdisciplinary research groups or research teams in order to develop this kind of materials. And I think you as a forest engineering has an advantage here because you know the material, you know the natural resources, you know how they can be grown, how they behavior, how the material, the wood material, for example, is formed. So you have the basis to do whatever you want in terms of the biomaterial from forest. You know what is affecting the forest, so you can be a part of this bioproduct development.
Thank you, Consuelo. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now our next speaker is Francisca Lorenzini. She is the manager of innovation and Madera 21 of Corma. Architect and MBA, she has specialized in sustainable construction, innovation methodologies, ecosystems, and technological entrepreneur. Please give her a welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to share some thoughts with you. I have a huge challenge to make this presentation in I have 10 minutes. Yay. And I think I have another challenge to answer all your questions. Oh my God, you have a lot. And normally I don't speak English. Apologize if sometimes I keep searching the word in my mind. because I like to rehearse a little bit before making English presentations, but I didn't have the time. Um, so before, I already spoiled the image, but I wanted to share like three main thoughts with you. First one is the purpose that we have in, I think all of us have in this industry, in this sector. And secondly, I want to speak a little bit more about good construction, not very much because of the time, but maybe in the questions we get to have a deep dive in it. And third, I want to share some of our projects that we are having in Chilean Timber Corporation. So I already showed you this picture that now it's really obvious, but like 5 years ago, it wasn't really that obvious. And I picked like three industries that you are going to see why. Consuelo explained a little bit more, and but plastic, textile, and construction industries are very challenged today because they are based in fossil fuels resources. They are very challenged to be more sustainable, and there are three industries that are very related to our sector. So on the other hand, we had good, and Consuelo already said that 1 square meter of wood absorbs 1 ton of carbon. But what is really surprising is that that ton of carbon stored in a cubic meter remained unreleased into the atmosphere throughout the useful life of wood products, and afterwards they can be reused, recycled, degrades in the soil. So it's really a life cycle that is really long in wood. So with wood, we have the opportunity to these industries that are very challenged today, they can be wood-based industries. Consuelo explained a lot about bioproducts, about textile fiber that are made of wood. And I'm going to explain you more about good construction and what are the changes that we are seeing now in good construction. So I wanted to share with you also, Consuelo already did, but we have a lot of products that today are in the market. We have a lot of startups, of centers of research and development that are working today in these products. We have a transparent good, we have t-shirts that are dissolved in the soil, we have sneakers, we have wood that is really, really strong, that we can make knives and we can make some other products. We have batteries. I didn't put the energy industry, but we have also a really good opportunity in energy base in wood. And these are, I put this slide because these are not only dreams, these are things that now we can see in the market. In Chile, we have a startup. In Europe, you have a lot. And this responds to the concept of circular bioeconomy that Consuelo explained very well, so I'm not going to talk you more about it. So I'm going to now take maybe a little deep dive into good construction. I would love to talk more about it because it's really my topic. But I'm going to I wanted to share with you why this industry now is not the wood construction that we see in the past years. We are talking about industrialized construction solutions. We see that. That is an actual building of 18 stories that was constructed in Vancouver a few years ago. So it's not the site construction that we used to see in Chile mainly. Maybe you don't, but I think that worldwide this was kind of the wood construction that was made in the past years, where you put the elements in the site, and that was a lot of waste, very inefficient. And now we have really robotic mills that are made fabricating these industrialized products. We have new engineered materials. We have CLT, mass timber. I think maybe you've heard of that concept. And that allows us to build in a more sustainable way also, because we can construct in mills with zero waste or minimal waste. We have a lower impact also in the sites, the construction sites, because these constructions are very, they have almost nothing of a noise in the surrounding. That is very, very, I don't know, bad. That's not the word that I was looking for, but it's not good for the cities when you have to construct any. Well, that, and I put in the left side of the screen some of the things that it was a question about why wood construction is not being more developed, and I think really it's a cultural issue in the beginning, that now we know, and with the technology we can assure that wood construction is safe to fires, it has a fire resistance, it is good for seismic performance. In Chile we have a lot of this kind of movements, and it's really something that engineers want to be sure that is going to have a good performance. It's a speed. We had a better speed in execution. I already explained you some of that. Related to that, it have competitive costs, and also it's very good for the quality of life of people that lives in buildings. We have a lot of investigation related to that. So it's better for wellness. You can look for that maybe later, but if you construct it well, it's also have a very good performance in the operation of the buildings, and that means that you turn the heating less, that you also uses less energy in wood buildings. And a few years ago, some of very known media were like aware of this opportunity, and began to make some publications on how wooden buildings are really a strategy to go to or a solution to climate change. So we have Wired, we have the Nature, and these were the first publications, and we have seen a lot more in the last years. And also we saw that the wood construction was going high. I'm going to show you in a slide later. So this is the panorama of wood construction in the world. We have countries that have a really tradition in wood construction, like Canada, USA, maybe Scandinavian countries, New Zealand, Australia. And then we have these countries that have a lot of opportunities to rise and I don't know, raise the opportunity to build more in building, because in Chile we are a forest-based country, and that is a huge opportunity, because not only you can build in wood, you can also have a local development for medium and little enterprises that can make products that had more value, add value, and we reduce the transportation of bringing materials of other countries, etc. It's a very much advantage to raise that opportunity. Sorry. So we have these tall buildings that we are seeing around the world. This slides like 2 years ago. We have many more now. In South America, we don't have yet a tall building, but we are going to have one in Coyhaique in the next, I think the next year, or in the next 2 years is going to be ready, and it has 15 floors. So I already don't have time, I think. Sorry. I have two more things that I wanted to share with you, because I work in an association of companies, universities that is called Chilean Timber Corporation, and I have been there like 7 years, and I really think there is an opportunity to work on sectoral problems and opportunities. We can gather to discuss these things, and we can make programs and projects that can help us to achieve these opportunities. So one of these programs is Wood 21, and is like the wood innovation area of Chilean Wood Corporation, and is like it tries to articulate the process of transfers of knowledge, and we work with the fields of architecture, design, engineering, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And we try to, all the programs that we made, try to strengthen the value chain of wood construction. And value chain is a word that you maybe would have in mind, because it's not only wood construction value chain, it's also forest and wood construction value chain entirely. So we work in education and training programs, research and development, communication and diffusion, because of these cultural thoughts that I told you, that we have to be continually communicating some of this stuff. We have a website, madera21.cl, that is continuously posting some of the news of this innovation that are going on around the world. We work in collaboration, that is very important, and we develop normatives that are also very important for the development of quality products. So in communication and diffusion, I would like to highlight one of our activities, that is Wood Week. It's been 17 years since we are doing it. I like to call it a party, like I saw today with you. It's really, we invite all the students, we make several contests, we invite entrepreneurs also, and professionals, and we share the knowledge, we share the ideas. We invite some speakers to talk about wood construction and other issues. So it's really for us a party that we do every year here in Santiago. It's in October this year, if you want to come. And to be finishing, I would like to share to you another initiative that we have. Is you see this Catholic University and Cormac Wood Innovation Center, that was formed from a strategic alliance between these two entities, and aims to research and innovate on wood construction. It's really, for us, we have like 5 years, 6 years, like formally in this alliance. The center has like 20 years in the university. It was in the architecture department, but we invited other faculties to contribute. We have the forest faculty, the design faculty, the engineering, the construction, and we have two goals. That is to massive massive construction in wood in height up to 6 floors. We have the technologies for that. We don't have to research a lot, but we have, and also we have to research a lot to be to develop engineering products for high-rise wood construction. And last year, and this is the final slide, sorry, we have very good news. We have very good news. We get to open this innovation center to 2 other areas of development that are sustainable forest development and bioproduct development. All that we can see today, we are now getting the opportunity to research and to develop in this subjects. So we also, the other good news is we get to work with other universities in Chile that have a lot of knowledge in these topics. So we have this project for the 10 years that are coming, and the main thing that I would like to share with you is that we like to transfer this knowledge. We don't want to be only research, but we are there so that the research can get to the industry and provoke some impact. So I just wanted to finish by saying you that the purpose for us is very important. We think that sustainability is a subject that we have the opportunity as a sector to make a contribution, and also that will have an impact in the quality of life of people through good construction. And we are taking these drivers, the innovation and technological research, collaboration ecosystem, and integration of young and diverse talents. I didn't have the time to tell you some more about it, but here in Chile, we have 13% of women participation in the industry. So we have a lot to do in that field, and we are working on it. And also with the integration of young, that is why it's very good to see you here. We're working with high schools, with the universities, to share this that I'm sharing with you, and also expect to motivate more young people to get into the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francisca, for your presentation. I have one question for you. Francisca.
Because I took like 15 minutes, sorry for that. I knew.
So, Francisca, what do you think is necessary to innovate with native species in the development of construction with wood?
Well, the first thing, what was it?
Do you think it is necessary to innovate with native species?
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. We are that's not my field specifically, but we are talking. We have now. I think you saw it. We have 25% of forests in Chile, and that percentage, 3% of pine and eucalyptus. I don't know the words in English, but no, planted forest, and the other part is native forest. So we have to protect some of our native forests. That is for sure, but we have to take care of them, not just leave them. That is what we had this conversation around in our corporation. But we also have to be looking for new species to integrate in the demand that is going to be. We hope that we're going to be really demanded, and we have a lot of challenges, and that is why we integrated this sustainability. The forest, I know, the research in forest, because we know that we have to look into the forest and look at the water, look at the wildfires, look at the species, and all that is going to end into the bioproducts, wood construction. But that is the principal element that is going to provide us in a sustainable way of products to be developed.
Thank you, Francisca. Please give her a round of applause. Thanks. So now our next speaker is Leo Prieto. Leo is a pioneer of internet industries of Latin America, founder of multiple digital entrepreneurs. Nowadays, he is dedicated to LEMU, a community to finance the conservation of ecosystems. LEMU uses technologies to identify, measure, and evaluate the natural value that our ecosystems generate each day. In 2023, LEMU is going to be the first Chilean company to launch their own satellite, which nowadays, after 4 years of work, it's on its last phase of development. Please give him a welcome.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, I guess. I hope that you guys can hear me okay. If not, I hope someone send me some signal if you're not listening to me. Fascinating presentations by Consuelo and by Francisca. There's so much that I want to add about what they just shared. Just very quickly, I'm building a house completely made out of wood, where all the insulation of the house here in Chile, this is a house where all the insulation is coming from recycled paper or paper waste. So I just want to say that all these things that you've been hearing are being applied presently, and I'm personally living all these sort of forest-based or nature-based innovations that we can see, so it's very exciting. So I'm talking to you from Northern Patagonia, from Frutillar. You're gonna be here soon, but they invited me to participate remotely while you're in Santiago. So as I was just presented, that is my name, Leo Prieto. That is my logo. If you can see from the transmission, I'm basically one big unibrow, as you can see in the logo. I'm not sure if you're seeing my presentation. So I'm getting no feedback if you can see my presentation. I hope you are, because there's lots of very visual slides that I hope that you can enjoy. I guess not. There you go. Yes, I can see that you're seeing my presentation now. Thank you. I have some feedback. Thank you. Great. So I'm the founder of LIMU. We summarize LIMU as an atlas of the biosphere, which are wonderful words, right? A collection of information on our natural world for all over the planet. But in more practical terms, LIMU is an app to value life on Earth. It's a social community where anyone can support conservation and reforestation projects, or restoration projects rather, with a verifiable impact. And I'll share a little bit more about that in a minute. But I also want to give you a preview of what you'll be seeing very soon. This was this morning, a couple of, just I think 2 hours ago, I was in this beautiful temperate rainforest here in Northern Patagonia. It's just, don't be fooled by the sun. It was very, very cold, but it's just amazing to be able to work with a global team from such a unique place and having the amazing technology that allows us to do this, that we can work with forests at a global scale from any corner of the planet and not just from big cities. And I'm gonna be talking a little bit about technology today, because we are convinced that deep ecology requires deep technology. We think that these are antagonistic, that technology has been part of the problem, right? This proliferation of all these new platforms and devices and screens, where actually we truly believe that technology can be used to a lot of good. And as I was saying, LIMU, to be very concrete, because I'm going to get a little bit abstract in a minute, LIMU is an app where we've been working on it for 4 years. We launched it at the beginning of this year as a private beta. You can sign up for the waiting list and you'll get an invitation in a couple of weeks, where you can obtain information on your natural surroundings, on ecosystems, on conservation projects, on individual species. And the shortcut that we're trying to accelerate is the fact that we have organizations who for decades have been developing protected areas and conservation projects, and they're struggling to get finance. And we believe that we can accelerate them obtaining finance, but helping verify that impact so that everyone understands that every dollar, every cent, every euro that we invest in conservation is exactly that, an investment, that we can measure the return on investment, right? The impact generated by those actions. So we're trying to answer this big question that we all have, right? What can I do about the environmental crisis? What can we do about climate change? So on the one hand, as we've been hearing from the questions that you've been making and the panelists that have been answering, one of the things that we need to do is improve our understanding, right? So the first thing that we need to do is understand nature that surrounds us and our relationship with nature, right? We need to learn. We need to connect with others, with the organizations, with the ecosystem that surrounds us. With so many people living in urban areas and in cities, sadly, we're getting disconnected from nature. We're getting disconnected from our food sources. We're getting disconnected from materials. So we don't even know where things are coming from. So we need to understand where we what our role is in ecosystems, and who is making different actions, and also how we can act and understand that impact. And we don't want to build a tool just for nature enthusiasts, just for scientists, just for people in the forestry industry. We want this to be open and accessible for anyone, trying to balance scientific rigor with user-oriented simplicity. So helping anyone invest in actions that we can today have the tools and the technology to be able to verify that impact, because that's one of the big issues, right? As you've seen, we haven't talked at all about carbon credits or similar kinds of instruments, but that's one of the issues, right? That all these instruments are based in trust. You see the logo of a certifying company or someone who verified this project, but you're trusting. We don't have very precise ways today to verify that impact. So we're trying to fix that, make it more transparent, so that we can delegate these actions, but we can actually audit, right, and trace the results of those actions. So what kind of tools are we developing? So one of the first things that we started doing 4 years ago, and luckily there are many teams around the world doing this, and we need more and more teams working on this as well, is using satellite imagery with artificial vision models to quickly detect deforestation. So one of the first things that we need to quickly accelerate and stop, right, is the degradation of our ecosystems. Even before adding new actions, the first thing we need to do is stop losing forest cover, stop losing ecosystems. And we've developed very efficient models that allow us, as you can see on the left, to see how, in that case, in the Amazon, deforestation is growing on a 10-year period. And on the right, that smaller image that we see there, we have a protected area, a conservation project, and we can quickly see the importance of designating protected areas and how the ecosystem loss or the ecosystem degradation that we're seeing is being stopped by the fact that we have a protected area. But we don't just use images in 2D, we also use images in 3D with an amazing technology called LiDAR, which basically is like a radar, right? But that uses light to understand, or rather to map volume in this case. So we fly with airplanes with big cameras the size of my head. I have a big head just so you get an idea, or like the size of a bowling ball or even a little bit larger. So these aren't drones. We need big airplanes who are flying over millions of hectares. Today we have over 2 million hectares already measured, and we can get these kinds of imagery. This is a 100-hectare piece of an ecosystem in Oncol Park near Valdivia. I guess you're going to go there. I'm not really sure if you're going to go there, but I hope you do. It's a really beautiful example of a temperate rainforest. And here, just humans, right, with our eyes, we can immediately see the topography of the terrain. We can see there's some kind of path or road, and more trained people in the forestry industry can see degraded parts of the forest, or where a new individuals are growing, or where more mature parts of the forest. One of the great things that we're using this knowledge from humans to train robots, software, so we can quickly detect where ecosystems are degrading or where we can act quickly. And the most amazing thing is, because this is all 3D, we can actually virtually remove the forest and see the topography under that forest to understand the watershed and how water behaves inside these ecosystems. And the amazing thing is that we don't just have this today on these big airplanes. Right now, this is available on devices like this phone that I have in my hand that already has a LiDAR sensor. And I measured this, it's called a monkey puzzle in English, but araucaria or pehuen in Spanish. In Chile, it's a Chilean national tree. And this is an over 1,000-year-old specimen where I was coming down a volcano very quickly. I just went around it with my phone, kept hiking down, and we have a very high resolution, very precise image to understand the diameter of the tree and start understanding and measuring these ecosystems. We also use more specific, so we go with this, what we call this space to soil strategy, from very large scale but relatively low resolution solutions like satellites, going down to airplanes, right, even drones, and then we go down to the actual soil. What we're seeing here is also at Oncol Park, a couple of I think this was a couple of months ago, actually. We went and did environmental DNA sampling, and this is at a centimeter level, right? Where we did different sampling from different parts of this ecosystem. And we quickly identified over 700 species, including 4 species of amphibians that had never been documented in this part of the world. And also we documented many other kinds of mammals that had never been caught by the camera traps. So this is wonderful because it allows us to understand who inhabits these ecosystems, even when humans just haven't seen them, and therefore we assume that they don't exist. But this allows us to really identify and understand them. And one of the beautiful things is that we can start training models that mix these two different things. Very low scale but high resolution solutions like environmental DNA with very large scale but relatively low resolution solutions like satellites. And we can help them to train to understand what variables of an ecosystem make these other data points happen. So we can start inferring or assuming that if all these variables are found, there's probably an ideal habitat for these species, so we can go there and validate. And finally, this is an image that isn't done by us, it's done by a university in Germany, but we're also working with this, with synthetic forests, where it's using all this data to try to project and understand how an ecosystem would behave. And this is very important because sometimes we're always talking about compensation, right? We need to expand an airport or a hospital, so we're just gonna cut down these trees, but no worry, we'll reforest somewhere else. But when we start understanding how long it takes for a natural forest to find balance, and we start understanding that it's not, a couple of decades, as you can see on the bottom left, we're talking about centuries and even millennia for an ecosystem to find balance. We need to start thinking at a very different scale than what humans are used to, right? We barely live over 100 years old, but many of the species that we are interacting with overlive us by a lot, right? Many centuries. And in this part of the world, in Chile specifically, we have many individual trees who are over 3,000, 4,000, and even 5,000 years old. So also understanding how we relate with these ecosystems. And as we're finishing, very quickly at the beginning of this talk, when I was introduced, they mentioned that we're launching our own satellite. We've been working on this for the past 4 years, and you're going to say, why another satellite? We already have 3,000 in orbit. Well, sadly, most satellites aren't oriented to biodiversity observation, and the few satellites that are turn their cameras or their instruments off when they orbit over the global south, which was a surprise for us. So we are launching the most efficient, the smallest satellite possible, so it has lowest carbon impact or environmental impact to be able to dedicate its observation to ecosystems with data that we want to share with everyone. So I just want to finish by saying that when we think about technology, let's stop thinking about the Matrix or Terminator or Black Mirror or whatever, and let's think more about volume, right? This technology that comes to support humans and not replace humans or replace nature. But for that to work, it's very important that we understand that it's not technology for technology's sake. There is an ethical and responsible way to develop artificial intelligence and to develop technology. And we need to understand the impacts or the implications or all the other stakeholders within our developments, because we need to start thinking more about ecosystems, not individuals, but how we're all connected to nature, but between each other, think in community, how we share all these resources and promote collective intelligence, which I find is even more exciting than the amazing artificial intelligence that we find today. Thank you.
Thank you for your amazing presentation, Leo. So for the first question, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
perfect.
can hear you perfectly. Maybe there's a delay, but I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, perfect. So for the first question, we have, will the app be available in the Apple App Store?
Yeah, absolutely. So the app, you can download it today from the Apple App Store and the Android Play Store. It's available at a global scale currently. We have a waiting list of over 6,000 people. We've just let 2,000 people in on the app so far. We're building in public, which is very uncomfortable, generates a lot of stage fright, but it's the best way possible so we can get, understanding what people want to do and what kind of data is more important. Again, we're making it available at a global scale. So we're measuring all 51 billion hectares of the planet. So it's super ambitious and super complex, but we're going one data layer at a time and one biome type at a time. So we're starting with forests, and we currently have 53 conservation projects working with us from 15 different countries that total over 6 million hectares. And we're currently working with the conservation and restoration projects on all 5 continents.
Thank you. So for your next question, do you know why the satellites turn off the cameras over the global south?
Yeah, well, I can only assume, but it makes sense, right? So we have access to freely available data from the European Space Agency, the Copernicus satellites, the Sentinel satellites, but we also have freely available data from the North American Space Agency, right, NASA. But both NASA and ESA are financed by citizens from Europe and citizens from the US. So obviously they share as much data as they can from other parts of the world, but their focus is mainly for their constituents in a sense, right? So NASA makes their data available as public domain, which is wonderful. ESA does that as well, but it's much slower and much lower resolution. And in parts of the world like Chile, for example, so to give you a quick example, you might find data for an ecosystem in Belgium with many weekly updates, but you might find data from that same satellite for the Chilean Patagonia that is updated mainly once a month. And sometimes when it overflies Patagonia, it's cloudy, so you couldn't see the ecosystem. And it's happened that sometimes I'm looking at a specific ecosystem and I can find 6 months of just cloud cover. So we actually, in practical sense, we end up having data that is twice a year. And you can request specific images, but those who sell you those images sometimes charge you $5,000 per image. And if you actually want to follow the progress of an ecosystem, $5,000 an image is unscalable. So the good thing is that we're all collaborating. We're in communication both with ESA and NASA, and we're all finding ways to improve the scarcity of data for the parts of the world where there is still a lot of scarcity of data.
Thank you, Leo. Well, the third question is, are you working with other universities worldwide in this field? Would you like to work with more?
Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of collective intelligence. We need everyone on board. We need private companies. We need universities. We need the nonprofit sector. And one of the beautiful things, I've been an entrepreneur for 25 years. I've built different startups. I've tried to make people collaborate. And sadly, in the past, it's been hard to get people to collaborate. And I think something's happened in these past 5 years, and it's very positive, where if you worked with one university, then another university didn't want to participate. But now that's changing. We all understand the urgency of the problem. We all understand if we don't work together, this won't happen. In the past, some nonprofit organizations wouldn't participate if there was a certain company participating. We're all realizing that, let's work together. Let's, be cautious. It's super important what the actual expectation each one of us has of this result. None of us wants, right, to win an individual Nobel Prize. We want to fix a big problem where we're all part of the solution as well. So even though I'm based in Northern Patagonia, we're the global team, almost 50 people today, spread out we're 11 nationalities, spread out in 15 cities in 7 countries. So we're very distributed and very diverse, people from many different backgrounds. And in our earth sciences team, many people from the forestry industry or people who have studied, forest engineering or similar careers.
Thank you for your responses. As you can see, there's people in the audience that's very interested into this topic. So thank you, and I hope we can see you in Frutillar. Yeah?
I'd love to. I'll be waiting for you here in the south. If you're in Santiago and you're feeling a little bit of spring weather, that is not what we're feeling down here. It's still very cold, so come prepared for days that might be very cold. But will be waiting for you in these amazing, beautiful temperate rainforests.
Thank you, Leo. That was his presentation. Thanks. So that was our session for today. We are going to have lunch in the same place that we had lunch yesterday. And we have to be here at 2:20. Yeah? Thank you. going to tell you about Oscar Melo, that's going to be our moderator. So, Oscar Melo is an associate professor at the Agricultural and Forestry Engineering faculty here at Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. He holds a Master of Science and a PhD in Agriculture and Research Economics. Economics from Maryland University. He is a member of the Center for Global Change at Universidad Católica. So please give him a welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I'm going to be moderating this panel this afternoon. So let me start introducing our panelists. I'm going to first introduce you to Angelo Sartori here. Angelo is a forestry engineering from the Santo Tomás University in Chile. He holds a diploma and master in administration and business from the University of Lüneburg in Germany. Since 2018, he has been working for Vera and is currently holding the position of Director of Stakeholder Engagement with the aim of bringing the certification standards administered by the organization closer to the governments, project developers, and auditors, as well as analyzing the policies and developed countries, and in development associated with carbon markets initiatives. He has worked for 15 years in the Chilean government, in the National Forestry Corporation, CONAF, of the Ministry of Agriculture, in issues related to climate change, environmental services, and as a negotiator with the United Nations Convention on the fight against desertification and climate change, and also managing various international funds to which the country has access to implement forestry activities to reduce and remove emissions associated with nature-based solutions. Let me introduce you now to Rodrigo Regala. Rodrigo is the head of the Information and Environmental Economics Division at the Ministry of the Environment. He's also a professor at the Catholic University here, and he holds a PhD and a Master of Science of Natural Resources and Environmental Economics, and he's a forest engineer from the University of Chile. And lastly, I think he should be online. I cannot see him, but I think he's here. Is Tim Christoffersen, who is the former head of the Nature for Climate branch at UNEP, coordinating UN RED Plus program and other programs. And since May 2022, he transitioned to the private sector, taking the role of VP of Climate Action at Salesforce. He's an experienced leader and transformational change agent for sustainable development with a demonstrated history of working in international policy arena, public-private partnerships, fundraising, and team building. He has a strong vision and technical base in natural resources, management, biodiversity, land restoration, and climate change. He's the chair of a global partnership of 30+ leading organizations, including World Bank, United Nations, governments, and the private sector. So that was my introduction to the panelists. So let me introduce this panel, asking a few questions to the panelists. And I'm going to give approximately 5 minutes for each panelist to tell us a little bit about what are the contributions of the institutions or the area where they've been working in terms of helping this climatic crisis. Let me start myself telling you a little bit about what we do in the Center for Climate Change here in the university. This is a center that has been working more than 12 years now on the issues of climate change, and we assess the government in Chile and other countries in Latin America, and also we assess NGOs and private companies in terms of the risks of climate change, in terms of modeling, in terms of policy, and in terms of developing strategies to adapt for climate change. So we think that there is an important need to create a link between the academy, science, and policy to develop better policies so that the countries and the peoples can have a better adaptation to climate change. Let me now give the word to Angelo so he can tell us a little bit about his experience in his institution working for climate change and the global crisis.
Thank you very much. I didn't know that we had to speak in English in this event. I thought that was in Spanish. We're in Santiago, but no problem at all. I work for BERA. It's an international organization that administrates almost 7 different certification standards. The most famous one that we administrate is the Verified Carbon Standard that allow to issuance carbon credits or verified carbon units that is possible to trade in international and national carbon markets worldwide. So the carbon markets normally provide financial support, mainly related to projects about land use sector, for example, agriculture, forestry, blue carbon related to mangroves and other kind of ecosystems, mainly in developing countries. So the carbon markets that we were very close from the side of the certification programs to issuance high quality carbon credits, provide financial support normally to rural and indigenous communities related to this land use sector. So that is one of the most important things in terms to connect financial support normally from international corporations and private entities that they have carbon neutrality objectives, and they are looking for some projects related to activities normally in the rural areas. So it's very important in the framework of the new generation of forestry engineers, because there are several new techniques and knowledge that is necessary to provide some input to connect supply side of the carbon market with some brokers, and also finally with the final buyers that need the carbon credits to achieve the carbon neutrality objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo. And thank you for that water. So let me move on to Rodrigo. The same question, Rodrigo. How is your institution, your work helping on this climate crisis?
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to share this event with students from so many places. So this is absolutely great. I'm going to talk from my current position as head of the division of Information and Environmental Economics at the Ministry of the Environment. So I'm going to talk as a policy maker now. Well, this new administration we took place just in like 5 months ago. So the agenda is very active. I'm pretty happy actually for all the efforts that from the government side we're doing with the main purpose of putting the environmental dimension in the center of very important policy decisions. Just to mention a couple of big events that are developing right now. We are about to start next year with a new policy. This is a policy that is going to combine green taxes with a compensation market, an environmental compensation market. Basically, private companies are going to be able to reduce their tax charges by supporting the development of emission reduction projects. And there is one area in particular that we are intending to promote very actively that relates with national NBS is nature-based solutions, especially with NBS developed in the forestry sector. This is something that we are looking with great interest and see how this market for compensation can promote, for example, the development of NBS around the country. So this is a very important piece of legislation that is going to start next year. There is another thing that is also very important to mention. We just approved our climate change law. This happened a few weeks ago, like a couple of months or a month ago, something like that. So now we need to prepare 18 rules to implement the law, and the use of economic instruments to promote, let's say, biodiversity conservation, payment for ecosystem services, and other kind of policies related with the environment are going to be part of the instrument that the law is intending to develop. And there is a third event that is also happening right now. We're about to announce the Natural Capital Committee for Chile. This is going to be a special unit that is going to be led by the Ministry of the Environment, but it's also the Treasury and the Ministry of Economics, working together with the central bank with the idea of start measuring the natural capital and include natural capital accounts in our system of national accounts. So in the near future, we hopefully we are going to be able to measure what's the specific role of natural capital in our economic growth. So putting in the center of these measurements the role of for example, the depreciation of natural capital in our national account. So is also another important big development. Yep.
Thank you, Rodrigo. So Tim, the same question. I don't know if you can hear me fine. Yes? Great. So the same question, how is the work that you do or you have been doing helping on the climatic crisis?
Thank you, Oscar, and hello, everybody. I work for Salesforce. We're a software company, one of the world's largest software companies, and it was a few years ago, and actually it was right after the adoption of the Paris Agreement when Salesforce made a decision to not wait for the entire rule book for implementing the Paris Agreement, but to go ahead with some of the key climate actions. So we made a commitment to, first of all, reduce our own emissions to as much as possible, and at the same time also to start moving into the voluntary carbon market, into nature-based solutions, and into technological ways to remove carbon from the atmosphere. And last year in September, we reached net zero emissions from our own operations. So we only use renewable energy across all our data centers. And we have ambitious climate action plans in place for each of our emissions areas where we still have emissions. For example, business travel is now tied to executive pay. So our highest management level is measured against reducing business travel. At the same time, we recognized that there were some emissions that we could not eliminate completely to zero right away. So we buy a lot of carbon credits, verified by Verra and other standards sometimes, but we mostly use Verra, and we mostly buy from nature-based solutions for about 1 million tons per year. So depending on the price, but that's sometimes upwards of $10 million per year that can flow into forestry projects, into mangrove restoration. We're also looking into peatland management, into REDD+ through the LEAF Coalition and other nature-based solutions. At the same time, Salesforce at COP26 also made a commitment to give $100 million in grants for a climate justice and ecosystem restoration fund. And we set aside $200 million in impact investing to give startups in this field a good start into generating this business of being an ecopreneur, of being an entrepreneur who focuses on solving the climate challenge. And since then, we also work with the World Economic Forum, have supported about 50,000 ecopreneurs worldwide through these so-called uplink challenges. Uplink is our main tool for supporting young ecopreneurs in their startups to tackle the climate crisis. But I think what Salesforce's most important contribution is that we have about 150,000 corporate customers. These are mostly the biggest companies in the world, from Mercedes-Benz to MasterCard and the Bank of America. They're all Salesforce customers. Also tens of thousands of medium-sized enterprises. Many governments in the world use Salesforce software to make their operations more efficient. And we have a new tool called Net Zero Cloud that helps all businesses make that transition that took us several years to orchestrate ourselves for our company, make that transition in a fast and easy way. When we did our first full carbon assessment in 2017, it took about 6 months to get all the data. How much emissions do we have from travel, from our data centers, from our suppliers? And we turned that into a software that is now available for anybody. And it brought down the time for making that assessment across scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions to 6 weeks for us. So by making it easier and faster for all the companies in the world to set a science-based target and then report on their emissions, we make a contribution to bringing all these 150,000 corporate customers of Salesforce with us.
Thank you, Tim. So as you see, we have seen different approaches, but basically the question and a little bit the topic of this panel has to do with economics, has to do with how can we finance the transition needed to address this climate crisis. And as Angelo was saying, one of the important aspects of this is how can we certify that reductions in emissions are happening. And the point Rodrigo was making was, having policies like this natural capital that make sure that we count for what's going on with nature. And I think the point that Tim was making was trying to see how can the business community put into their mainstream the issue of climate mitigation or emissions mitigations. So let me bring forward a new questions and trying to get more into the details now. Again, it's the same question for the three of you. So the question is, what is the potential of these ideas that you're putting out here in the sense of how big of an impact they can have and how much they can be scaled up? So is this a local initiative, an initiative that is for a region, for a country, or is something that could be globally adopted? and what would need to be made to be globally adopted. Angelo, I don't know if you want to start.
Yes, thank you. First, it's very important to understand that the carbon markets can be in different ways. There are voluntary carbon market. There is the compliance carbon market related to the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And also there are some compliance carbon markets related to some agreements between private sector. One of the most famous examples about that is CORSIA. It's an initiative of the international of the international aviation companies, that they have this formal agreement to reduce the carbon footprint of the flights using the compliance carbon market. But there are also several domestic carbon markets. For example, Chile has to start our own domestic carbon market 1st January next year. And there are several other countries that already have a similar things, for example, in Colombia, Mexico, South Africa, and there are several domestic carbon market examples worldwide. So the potential is a mix between international compliance carbon market, a mix between the voluntary carbon market, and also a mix with the local initiatives like the market that Chile, for example, will start next year. We know that probably 5 or 6 years ago, the carbon markets were with a big crisis, with a very low transactions for different reasons. But from the year 2018, the increase of the transactions is very, very big. So right now, for example, the last year, we have the year with the more issuance of verified carbon units, mainly related with land use project. So right now in our projections, in our internal projections, we think that probably in the next few years, in the next 5 years, for example, the increase of the transactions mainly related to project of the land use sector located in developing countries will be increasing, because there are several international companies providing a lot of demand. There are some governments like Chile developing their own regulation to promote also the carbon market. So it's a very important financial instrument to combine to fight with the climate change. So our projections are very good, taking the real examples in the last 4 years to today.
Rodrigo.
Okay, I was thinking what could be. So let me start with a very concrete example of the thing that we are doing right now. To make better decisions, we need data, and we need very specialized data in order to incorporate the environmental dimensions in policy decisions and also in the context of private decisions. So one of the first tasks that this Natural Capital Committee is going to engage during the rest of the year, and probably it's going to be the main task for next year. We are planning to set up a group. This is going to be a public and private partnership with academia, NGOs. We are going to partner also with civil society in general and private companies to start developing what is going to be the natural capital baselines for the entire country. So the idea is to use the same methodology to measure natural capital in the south, in the north, in the central region. So in order to create official data on natural capital that private, for example, agents can use when evaluate, for example, the potential impact of a certain projects. So these natural level baselines of natural capital are going to be designed in a way that can be comparable, for example. So the data can be built, can be constructed in a way that is comparable with the data that other groups in other part of the countries are going to produce. So comparability is going to be a big challenge here. So the current administration is willing to put an important amount of financial resources in order to develop these natural accounts of capital, or natural capital. There is another important development right now. When you think in terms of what's the value of a company, so why a company value? So, for example, if you go to the market and you want to purchase shares of a certain company, so many years ago, the capacity of a company to produce value, like goods and services, were the way that how you explain this? So if you want to put a dollar value of a certain company, so this capacity of the company to produce goods and services are directly linked with the value of a forest company, for example. But right now, this exercise is not enough. So now we need to think in what's the impact of that company in the local community. What's the environmental impact in the surrounding environment? So these considerations are also related with the value of that company. So so in order to direct financial resources to a specific project and specific companies, we need to understand, we better understand these kind of impacts. So the Ministry of the Environment with the Treasury Department in Chile, we're working in what is called the taxonomy of green finances. So this taxonomy are going to be able to provide information to, let's say, people that want to invest in certain projects. So the green finance through the taxonomy will be able to direct resources to specific projects. So the taxonomy probably is going to be ready next year. So in the near future, if I'm a private company and want to fund private projects, I'm going to be able to use taxonomy to bring new financial resources to develop these kind of initiatives. So this is going to be a huge challenge for the country, but we believe that this is the right way to direct resources to projects that really comply with certain rules in terms of impact, so social impact and environmental impact.
Thank you, Rodrigo. So, Tim, that's the same question.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to tell you three things that make me very hopeful. The first one is the voluntary carbon market, which passed $2 billion last year. And yes, it's a volatile market, but even conservative projections put that at a $30 to $50 billion per year market by 2030. So that is an additional 30 to 50 billion that can flow into nature, into climate technologies that were not flowing towards climate action before. And yes, there's a $1 trillion gap to fill for ecosystem restoration, for example. So this is clearly not enough, but it is a good sign that also more private money is now flowing into climate action. The second point is data. We heard that from Rodrigo. There's now a new natural capital assessment going on across the world. There's better and better data to monitor, for example, deforestation, forest restoration. There's also better and better ways to link climate action directly with between consumers, companies, countries. So we have a much better overview of who is responsible for emissions and where can we best reduce emissions. The third area that makes me hopeful is nature-based solutions for sustainable development. If you look at the $4.1 trillion finance gap we have in nature, according to UNEP, by 2050, we need to at least triple investments in nature by the end of this decade. Now, a lot of governments will come to the realization that nature is a kind of green infrastructure. You have to invest in nature just like you invest in highways, the power grid, airports. But at the moment, that multi-billion-dollar nature market doesn't yet exist. So if Chile wants to build a new 4-lane highway somewhere, they call a couple of engineering companies, let them give a bid, and then they tender it out. And 6 months later, somebody's starting to build it. But what if, let's say, the government of the United Kingdom wants to restore all the peatlands of Scotland? What is the engineering company they call? They don't exist yet. That's a whole new area of business and a whole new market that needs to be developed, and where you will find a lot of employment as foresters. You need to be ready for this multi-billion-dollar ecosystem conservation restoration market. So these three things, carbon markets, better data flows, and nature-based solutions and massive investments that are coming, make me hopeful that we are going to turn the corner on the climate crisis. And you probably followed in the US, there was the Inflation Reduction Act passed just last week, and that will put almost $370 billion into climate-friendly technologies, research and development, energy efficiency. So that's going to shift entire industry sectors away from pollution and high climate and carbon negative activities towards renewables and climate action.
Thank you, Tim. So I have a short question for all of you, and I think some of you addressed a little bit this issue, but so what is the evidence of all these things that we're doing are going to help? And I know Rodrigo knows exactly what I'm talking about here because he teaches this area. So because we can come up with a new idea and we can work on that idea for a long time and then realize that was not enough or was not doing what we hoped that the tool would be doing. So my next question is, how do we know that's going to work? Is there evidence around? Should we doing more studies? How are you approaching this aspect of the tools that you work with? Thanks.
You. Can you hear me? Yeah. The role that we have in terms to provide a certification standard, for example, is based in the most recent scientific evidence. So, for example, we provide some methodologies that all project developers need to follow to calculate the baseline and to develop later the monitoring system to calculate the real emission reductions or removals. So we normally try to follow the last scientific development. And also, as Tim mentioned, we are trying all the time to involve in our technical methodologies to define baseline and MRB systems using the last technology that is possible to use, for example, remote sensing and everything related, for example, to have a more accurate information related to the land use project. After that, we also provide a very specific process to validate and verify the projects using third-party entities to avoid any conflict of interest when they do the validation and verification processes. And finally, normally the certification standard, the international ones, we have to provide a public registry with all the information of the project and all the information related to the verified carbon unit and the transactions. So everything had to be public, had to be real, and had to be very transparent to provide the evidence that all the stakeholders involved in the different carbon market needs. So that are the main things. Also, we know, and we are very clear that the carbon markets are not the unique solutions related to the climate change. There are several ones. The companies first need to calculate the carbon footprint. After that, they need to develop internal efforts to reduce the carbon footprints. And only after that, they have to go and compensate using the carbon market. So I mentioned this because normally there are some people that think that the carbon market are the unique solutions to achieve this big deal with the climate change. And we are very sure, even 100% involved with the carbon market, that we have to provide a mix of solutions. It's not only the carbon market, the way to mitigate the greenhouse gases emissions. But to respond to your question very concrete, we have methodologies with the last development of the science. We use the last development also related to the technological aspect, using in some cases even blockchain and artificial intelligence. We also provide a very robust system of independent validation and verification things to all the projects and all the verified carbon units. And finally, the public registry where everybody can see what is happening in each specific country, in each specific project, who is the original owner of the verified carbon unit, who was the broker in some cases when the transaction was made through a broker. And also you can see the final buyer of the carbon unit that is using and canceling this unit in turn to achieve the carbon neutrality. So everything is very transparent also. Yep.
Thank you, Angelo. Go ahead, Rodrigo.
Okay, I am going to be very transparent with you, because now I in my role of policymaker now, I would say that I better understand the challenges, the things that we are doing in a right way, but the things that we are doing in the wrong way. And there is a particular challenge here that it involves the whole policy making process of our country, and this is not very different from other countries. We are not an exception. But when we talk about the use of evidence in the process of designing and evaluating policies in very general terms, and especially in the environmental field, the challenges are huge. And this relates with the whole level of accountability from the government side. So when someone asks me, what's the impact of the policies that we are designing and implementing every year, and we don't have a strong evidence of the impact of what we are doing. So this is something that we need to urgently solve in a way that the whole policy making process can use. So there are several things that we are working right now in order to implement a systematic process of reviewing evidence on specific topics, and in a systematic way of using that evidence when designing policies. We're about to start a trip to UK next month with a delegation of several government agencies. And we are going to visit, for example, the chief scientific advisor of the Ministry of the Environment in UK. UK has been working for many years in designing an official process of how we are going to use the evidence to make policy decisions. And these chief scientific advisors connect in a very concrete way the scientific community in England with the parliament to make sure that the parliaments in UK use the best evidence in order to make policy decisions. So we are not using any systematic process to connect data, evidence with policy decisions. So we are now better understanding the challenge. So we need to start with something, right? But now the next step is to start making decisions and designing a specific process to connect both worlds. It's a big challenge because our scientific community here in Chile is pretty active. NGOs also are pretty active in producing studies that show the results of what they are doing. So there is a bunch of information that we are not using when making decisions. Even if you think in the agenda setting, which is the first stage of the policy making process, why we are doing what we are doing, why we believe that this problem is a real problem. Do we have evidence of that this is the real challenge that we need to be addressing? Maybe there is a bunch of other environmental challenges that we are not recognizing. So we need to use more evidence, not only in the process of designing and evaluating the policies, but also in the process of setting the agenda. In this new initiative, the natural capital baselines, part of the reason of doing this is produce official data to engage in better policy decisions. So I would say that I'm very excited because people inside the administration are starting to understand what's the problem, and we are about to start with some concrete actions in order to better solve this important situation.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Tim?
So there are two answers to your question. One is I can speak for my company, and I'm fairly confident that we can measure very well what we do will make a difference. And next month, we'll make a big announcement that will definitely boost the voluntary carbon market globally. So on that front, I'm very confident. But if we take the global view of your question, are we confident? Do we have the data that this is going to work out? Then the answer is no. The data we have right now tells us that we're not going to make it. Our civilization as we know it will crumble and probably crash at 2.7 degrees warming, because we have 1.2 degrees warming now, and there are floods and wildfires and droughts everywhere. We cannot let this get to 2.7 degrees. It would mean the end of civilization as we know it. So let's just recall that in 2020, the world took a temporary 6% emissions dip because of COVID. No planes, lots of people staying at home, economic shutdown in many countries. That was a 6% reduction in global emissions. to halve emissions by the end of this decade, we basically have to do that every year, the same level of reductions. That means it's not just about tinkering on the edges or doing a little bit of different economic accounting or a few voluntary carbon market projects. No, it means our economy has to be totally transformed away from fossil fuels. No more fossil fuel projects, no more coal, no more gas, no more oil, only renewable energies, nature-based solutions everywhere. People will have to think, eat, behave differently. That's the challenge we have in front of us. And nobody knows whether that's going to work. If somebody tells you, yeah, we have the data, we know everything's going to be fine, I think they're either a fool or they're there to fool you. Nobody has the answer to this, but we know that we must do this. This is like the Second World War of our generation. It's the defining issue of our time. If we don't fix this, it's the end of the first truly ever global civilization that this world has seen, which is the civilization we live in right now. Speaking to you from Denmark, in Chile, we're all connected, we're all part of a global civilization. That could all end if we don't fix this problem. So we have to throw everything we have at it. We have to get better at measuring it, but we have to do much, much more, because right now the data says we're not going to make it, based on the national determined contributions and based on the carbon reductions that governments have so far pledged. It's not enough. So that was the second answer to your question, which is not quite as straightforward as the first one.
Thank you, Tim. Very inspiring and challenging answers, I would say. Let me move on to the last question, and this is a more down-to-earth question, and maybe more connected to this audience here. And the question is, how, in our current climate context, what is the role for forestry in these challenges and in the conservation of natural resources in general? So I think part of this you have developed a little bit, but if you can be more specific on how you see forestry in this new world and this instruments that you're describing, how is this going to be important for the forestry activity?
Okay. From our side, if you compare the kind of project that is possible to certify to obtain carbon credits, the majority are related to forestry projects worldwide, are mainly in developing countries. For example, we have the records of projects located in Brazil related to forests. The second one is Colombia, and after that is Peru. And only after these three Latin American countries appears some countries located in Asia and Africa, where there are big also projects related to issuance carbon credits. So all the activities related to the forest sector that can issuance verify carbon credits involve, for example, avoid deforestation, avoid forest degradation. Also, you can develop and obtain carbon credits related to the improved forest management, and also all kind of activities to provide forestation, reforestation, or revegetation activities in the field. So our standard normally try to develop a lot of methodologies related to this specific sector that cover different forestry activities. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the volume of carbon credits that we historically have transacted in the framework of the voluntary carbon market are related to projects to avoid deforestation and forest degradation. So the main thing, the main objective right now, and also the perception that we have in our conversation with the investors, normally oil companies or aviation companies, they prefer forestry projects, they prefer projects located in developing countries. They prefer normally also projects located in Latin America. So everything is very good in terms to maintain in the middle of the attention the forestry activities. After that, also related to the land use sector, right now, probably from the last 2 years, we see an increase in the interest of develop projects related to mangrove and peatlands, and also related to agricultural land management. But anyway, in all the sector involved in natural-based solution that implies agriculture, forestry, and other land use, the forestry obviously is the big one in terms of the number of projects and also in the volume of the issuance of verified carbon units. So it's very important, not only in the voluntary carbon market, also, for example, in domestic carbon markets like Colombia is the most popular thing in domestic initiative, and probably in Chile in the domestic carbon market next year will be something very similar here in a forestry country like Chile.
Thank you, Angelo. Rodrigo.
Okay. So I don't know if you have if you know our current Minister of the Environment here in Chile. She's a climate scientist. So it's probably the first Minister of the Environment that really understand the climate crisis. So if you have been listening some of the presentations that she's permanently giving across the country, she's always talking about the challenge that Chile need to face in order to become carbon neutral in 2050. So when she talk about this, she always mentioned the big role that the forest sector must play in order to achieve this carbon neutrality. Because, of course, our emissions are not going to be zero in 2050. But the idea of this carbon neutrality is that all these emissions are going to be compensated mainly by the forest sector. So the forest sector is going to be the key player in this carbon neutrality challenge. So in order to achieve that, I personally believe that we need to better understand what is the social role of forests in Chile. Because if we analyze, for example, the role that have been playing some environmental policies here in Chile. For example, we have a forest law here in Chile that pay subsidies to private forest owners to conserve their forests. And this specific piece of legislation has not been very successful in making that make it profitable or interesting to conserve forests. In this new market for environmental compensation that we are going to start next year, we believe that could be another interesting opportunity to make forest conservation interesting from a private perspective. CONAF, our forest commission, is now engaged in a big project which is called Más Bosques, with the idea of reforesting degraded land and piece of land without trees. But they are also having very big problems to actually plant trees. So we have the resources, the financial resources, but it seems that we don't have enough interest in engaging in this kind of initiative. So that's why I believe that we need to better understand what is going to be the social role of these new trees. So these new forests are going to play a role in the in creating, for example, new ways of making a living. So what are the benefits are going to receive from this new native forest? So if private actors only think in the public goods that are what I'm going to produce, I'm going to clean the air, I'm going to capture carbon, I'm going to improve the landscapes, I'm going to provide another important ecosystem services. So this is a private provision of public goods, but this is the society don't recognize those goods, and they don't pay for those. These conservation initiatives are going to be fragile all the time. They are not going to last because people need to pay their bills. I need money to send my kids to school. So if the whole society don't recognize those benefits, conservation initiatives are not going to be permanent, and this is going to be a big challenge to recognize the forest sector as a way to face this climate crisis. You see, so it's a big problem now. The climate the climate change is already here. Now we are not going to make it. That's for sure. We need to start thinking in what we are going to do with a lot more than 1.5 degrees increase in temperature. So we didn't make it. That's a fact. So we need to better understand how we connect people with the surrounding environment in a different way.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Tim?
Yeah, thanks, Oscar. So all of nature-based solutions can provide between 5 and 12 gigatons per year. To put that in perspective, that's about, or let's say that's at most about 1/3 of the climate action we need. That's a lot, but it's not going to solve all of climate change. So it's a race against time right now that we need deep emission reductions, because if we don't reduce emissions across all industries fast enough, temperatures will rise too much for natural systems to remain stable. So for all of you as forestry students, do get familiar with forest fires, with forest resilience, with rebuilding and restoring forests after fires. One of the last publications my team came out with when I worked for UNEP was a prediction of forest fires that will increase by about 30% by 2030 and by up to 50% by the middle of this century. So we will see forest fires increase as becoming one of the largest drivers of deforestation. So let's recall that forests play a huge role in all of this. And we've heard a lot about restoration, but we should also consider deforestation. It's still 11% of all emissions. If deforestation was a country, it would be the 3rd largest emitter in the world. And that has to stop. So if any Brazilians are in the audience, go to vote on the 2nd of October, probably one of the most important elections for the entire world this year, because we have to get deforestation under control. That is absolutely essential. 2 years ago, Salesforce, together with the World Economic Forum and others, founded 1T.org, 1 Trillion Tree Initiative, that has now brought together over 60 companies with the aim to conserve and grow 1 trillion trees. It's a huge number, increasing basically the number of trees on the planet by 1/3. And one thing that is also important to look into is that not all these trees will be in closed canopy forests. A lot of them will have to be in agroforestry, trees on farms, trees in cities, more trees in the countryside, but not as all of them as closed canopy forests, because we might run into conflicts with food security. So consider also where to put trees outside of forests. When you think of forests, that's great, but there's now a lot of trees outside of forests on farms and elsewhere that also need expertise. So think about agroforestry also as a specialization going forward. And finally, of course, forests play an important role, but think about being a forester also as being a versatile ecosystem engineer who can help with other ecosystem restorations as well. Peatlands, for example, only cover 3% of the world's surface, but they're responsible for 5% of all greenhouse gas emissions. If you can become a successful peatlands engineer and a successful peatlands restoration engineer, you have a very good career and future ahead of you, because that will become increasingly important. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Let me now move into the questions from you. We've been receiving some questions, so these are questions for any of you. So if more than one of you want to answer them, or some of you want to take one question or the other, that's fine. So here's the question. There has been criticism regarding the carbon market. How do you ensure that your companies are not enabling greenwashing? So greenwashing, if you haven't heard, right, is the idea that you pretend to be doing some environmental goods, but it's really more marketing than actual action. And sometimes ESG has been accused of being part of this greenwashing, and other environmental initiatives too, even carbon trading and so on and so forth. So I don't know if any of you want to take that question.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the question about greenwashing is very common for us because it's something that normally is involved in some projects related to the carbon markets. But actually, the main role of the certification of the crediting greenhouse gases programs like BCS, Gold Standard, CDM, CAR, and other ones is to provide some quality principles that everything related to the transaction has to be real, have to be conservative, calculated, have to be audited by a third-party entity, have to be public, have to be additional. And there are several things that the high quality standard need to provide to issuance a real carbon credit. That is one of the side related to the carbon markets instead of the units is high quality and avoid any, for example, double counting or any problem in terms of the quality and reputation related to the project and the issuance of the carbon credits related to this specific project. But there are right now some new organizations that they are trying to provide a more robust system, for example, to regulate the claims that some companies are doing when they neutralize the carbon footprint. Because, and you can see right now in the social media several kind of announcements about carbon neutrality of some companies. Actually, everything right now is carbon neutral. I don't know why, but because the regulation about the claim, about the announcement is a little free right now. So there are several countries through some governmental entities regulating these specific claims to be more formal in the way that a company is doing some announcement of the carbon neutrality to avoid actually everything related to the greenwashing. Because one thing is to have a carbon credit with high quality, but a totally different thing is how to use the carbon credits. So in some cases, even you can buy a very high quality carbon credit and use and claim, announce something that is totally different than the real thing that a company is doing in terms to achieve the carbon neutrality. So right now, governments and other private entities are trying to regulate and put more formal rules in terms of the announcement of the companies are doing in the framework of the carbon neutrality objectives, everything about that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Angela. So I don't know if Tim or Rodrigo wants to add something to that, or we move to the next question.
I'm just writing a blog on that very subject, so I'd be happy to answer that question.
Sure.
There's 3 points that I would like to highlight here. First of all, as Angelo said, there are efforts underway now to ensure that the integrity of the buyer in the carbon market is higher, because this is not about the supply of the projects, or it's also about the quality of the projects, but it's mostly about the motivation of the buyer. So there is the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market now that will put that bar higher. There's also the Science-Based Target Initiative. And for example, Salesforce, we encourage, like we have done, all our customers to first set a science-based target for net zero with the climate action plan that says, how are you going to reduce your emissions first, and then offset what you cannot reduce yet. That's the first point. There are efforts underway to tighten the controls. My second point is that carbon credits for a company, if you buy them, they're like putting an internal price on carbon. Because when the company buys carbon credits, it makes their operations more expensive, they have to spend money, and every ton they reduce internally in their emissions is then saved on the balance sheet because they don't have to buy as many credits. It's like putting an internal price on carbon, which is very useful for a company and for changing their behavior. So that's a function of the carbon market that is often overlooked. My third point, though, is about these calls for scrutiny are useful, but they also scare away a lot of companies. Right now, of the 2,000 largest companies in the world, only 30% even have a net zero target and a climate action plan. Of the 60,000 companies that were recently surveyed by South Pole, only 2% have a climate action plan. And a lot of these companies are afraid to enter into this and into the voluntary carbon market because they're afraid of greenwashing. It's a very complex market. There's a lot of things you can do wrong. If you don't have specialized teams, if you can't afford people who advise you well, so they're hanging back. They're not doing anything because they're afraid of being accused of greenwashing. That is also a problem. So that call for scrutiny is good, but it shouldn't scare away all these companies who are at the moment doing nothing, because we need all of them. We need all the 2,000 largest companies in the world, all the 60,000 companies we survey to take climate action. And they all should enter the voluntary carbon market as part of a package of solutions, which first has to focus on reducing emissions. And then at a later step, the residual emissions that cannot be reduced at this point, they can compensate through carbon credits.
Thank you, Tim. So let me move to the next question. And it says, do you think it's possible that carbon credits and this kind of approaches become as profitable as status quo forestry approaches? Is it possible that we will witness a transition from pulp production industry into carbon sequestration industry? What is your view? Or when?
Well, from my perspective, and according with the official discussions that we have been engaging in the ministry, we are definitely not so sure that this is going to be the best way to address the climate crisis. Actually, in the next COP that is in Egypt by the end of the year, Probably from our perspective, we are not planning to give an official announcement about the way that we are going to use the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So that there is no unofficial position from Chile that relates with the use of markets, because we believe that we need to engage in more internal discussions. Now, if we think in our environmental policies since 1994, the law of the environment in Chile, we are basically approaching all the environmental problems or challenges by the use of environmental norms. We command and control because we don't have enough data, because we don't have a better approach, a more cost efficient. But now we are starting to engage in more cost efficient policy approaches. Like, for example, we're about to create a new market to start compensating emissions. So the climate change law specifically talk about a carbon market, like a cap and trade, a future cap and trade. So we need to engage in more discussions. We need to bring more experts. We need to better understand. It's not going to be the only way to address the problem, that's for sure. But I believe that it should play a role, an important one. But this is a challenge: how we are going to coordinate with the rest of the countries, how we avoid the double accounting, for example, things like that. So that's why it's so difficult to make important progress in the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement.
Okay, so let me close this panel with a brief reflection of the comments that were done here. I think the idea of the economics in this climatic crisis has to do with how can we address the challenge. And I think Tim was very upfront in saying that the challenge is enormous and not very optimistic on how we're going to make it and how we're going to be addressing all the need in terms of the reductions of emissions. And we are clearly in a path that is not compatible with a no harm future. But even in that case, we still need to do those reductions, and moreover, we'll still need to do adaptation. And I think the role for these economic instruments, for example, carbon markets and ESG and reputation in the market, they're all instruments that can help us address these challenges and that they can make less costly the possibility, especially that poor countries can address these issues. Of course, there needs to be regulation, there needs to be laws, and they need to be implemented for them to work. And again, that's part of the politics and part of the agreements at the global scale and also at the national level. So each country needs to start addressing how they're going to be paying for this. And part of the paying for this effort has to do with reducing the cost of addressing it, therefore carbon markets, but also how to bring in private financing. And private financing can come up to the table if the rules are clear and if the public, investors, and consumers value the emissions reductions. So let me close this panel and thank again the panelists Tim, thank you very much. Angelo, Rodrigo, and thank you very much to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, Rodrigo, Angelo, and Oscar, for your amazing information and knowledge shared on such a complex topic. So, for the rest of us, now, as our next activity, we are going to have an reflective activity outside. You have to head to the grass now, so please be as quick as possible because we need it to start as soon as possible. Thank you.